Hello, everybody. I am getting ready to start the stream, so give me a sec. I'm gonna be back in a moment. Okay, I'm back. Let's put a countdown. Super HTML day planned. Yes, indeed. Hopefully, I'm not skipping critical security updates from from Ghosty. Hello, everyone. Hello, Mint. Hello, Cozies. Hello. Okay, what are we doing? While we wait for the stream to start and people to come. Hello, Andrew Krevsky. Hello, Adam Parker. How do? Do good, I think. Uh, so I'm happy to be back in the I don't know what to call it, like the mood of hello, good sir. I have no idea how to pronounce your name, but well, hello, welcome. Um, I'm um I don't even remember what I was about to say. Oh yeah, no, that I'm happy to be back into to working on things like Super HTML. Bark update when? Oh god, good question. Man, I don't know. My Zig Empire is getting a little bit too big. I have so many properties, and it's they're actually not that many, but it's nevertheless hard staying behind everything, huh? Although, to be fair, for a while, touching Borg would not have been a good idea because std.io was still in work in progress, etc. But actually, now probably wouldn't be a bad idea to update Borg to new stuff. It could even be an opportunity to and improve some features compared to the past. To Are we having a software you can love cruise on all ship? No, it's just that this software you can love is supposed to be pirate themed. So I think Matt still wants to improve things, but it's supposed to be pirate themed. I think he should have written this explicitly somewhere. Maybe he did. Or there's the updates section. By the way, for people who might be interested, so this is going to be in Vancouver in October. So Vancouver, Canada. I didn't know it was pirate themed. There we go. Calder is a speaker and was not even informed that it's supposed to be pirate themed. Yes, it is pirate themed. That's well, that is the state of things, I guess. That's fine. In any case, the content matters more than the theme. Honestly, I don't even know how to pirate theme my stuff. That is not something that I'm used to doing. So, yar. That's my contribution. You wouldn't steal a conference, right? What editor do you use these days? I'm using flowcontrol.dev. It's a TUI editor written in Zig. It is not model by default, but you can enable model mode. So you can have it supports Emacs, Helix, Vim style keybinds. I use it in Helix mode. So for people who are interested, there's also workshops that we're doing. So there's a shader workshop run by, I think it's either Mason or Specs Guy, but I don't remember. Selling fast. uh, it's Mason. Okay, so from Mason. I mean, I think that either of them would be more than qualified to give a workshop on the subject. You should read the description. Oh, it does say, doesn't it? Thank you. So Mason gives a workshop on shaders, so you can learn from him how to, write shaders. Frankly, that is something that I would love to do, learn how to write shaders, because occasionally you see some cool stuff, right, done as shaders. I have to be honest, though, personally, I am personally going to hold on or hold off. Well, in any case, I'm not gonna look into shaders yet until we have the ability to write shaders in Zig. With all due respect to whoever was involved in all the shader tech in the past, Specs Guy once helped me write one shader, and like one rendering pipeline, super simple one using OpenGL and equivalent. So it wasn't even the Vulkan stuff, which apparently is more complicated. And the experience was not delightful. Now, the pipeline setup stuff, I don't have an opinion about, because I have a general understanding that different needs will require the pipeline to be set up in a different way, and you want all those knobs so that you don't do wasteful work, because you want to use the CPU efficiently. Totally fair. But having to write the fucking shader 3 times per platform, and then it's always a weird C++ dialect that looks like ass, writes like ass, and that it has weird failure modes, especially on Windows. That was not an experience I could love. So I am looking forward to writing shaders in Zig. That's my hot take. A pirate theme talk about writing stories. I'm gonna open it on my other computer. Okay, I'll check it out. It's open on my main computer. So the other workshop is run by me. I will not be providing you lunch personally. I hope that Matt I'm joking. Lunch is provided, just not done by me. So be aware. You're coming to the workshop for the async content, not for my cooking skills. Hello, everybody. Hello, hello. Welcome, welcome, welcome. Oh, I see also some new faces. That is interesting. So for people who are new or newish on the stream, um, here you can see what we're gonna work on today. I'm still in the starting phase of the stream, so I'm goofing around. And no authentic Italian async food. No authentic Italian async food. No, sorry. There is some old faces. Yeah. Um, but for that, you need to come to Software You Can Love Milan, I think. So such is life. In any case, Zig Async Workshop, if you're interested in doing some hardcore async work. That being said, for people who don't know, the idea behind these workshops and the fact that they have non-zero ticket price is that they are meant to be a thing that you can essentially charge your what's it called, the people that give you work for, because the idea is that if you're just on your own, man, you probably don't want to spend your employer, you don't want to spend $300, even though it's Canadian. You still don't want to spend $300 on a workshop. It's not worth it, in my opinion. I mean, if you're you're swimming in money, you don't give a fuck, whatever, buy both, who cares? But actually don't, because they run at the same time, so you will be depriving somebody from a seat for no reason. But otherwise, don't feel FOMO, don't feel left out, don't worry. Everything that will be shown in these workshops is stuff that you can learn on the internet, or by participating actively in a community, by interacting with us, by paying attention. So do not worry. There is no secret thing that you will be excluded from because you don't have the cash. That is definitely not what these workshops are. Guaranteed. If your employer has a budget for conferences and shit, considering that this conference is not particularly expensive as a whole, if we look at tickets, it's like what, 160, 80, 80. So is that 320? In any case, it's like the whole conference is 320. And then if you just want to participate to a subset of these things, then you also don't even have to waste money. In any case, the point is, don't worry, come to the conference proper workshops. You don't have to. When I'll be done with uni, I will have a car and I will come to Milan, also visit some friends. Nice. Depending on how far you come, you might be better for you to take public transport as well. Be aware of that. So, shall we get started? Actually, you know what? No, let's goof around just a little bit more. So other related updates. The Zig Day at System Distributed 26. This is going to be in Boston. It's just a Zig Day, but it is connected to System Distributed, which is the conference from Tiger Beetle. Oh, I was about to say we are full, but apparently we're not full. We have a limit of 70 people, one spot remaining. But apparently some people canceled. Why am I not getting emails for their cancellation? That surprises me. Sorry, I will briefly check because I'm curious about this stuff. Yeah, it is 69. So somebody, at least 3 people canceled. But I'm not getting emails about it. The fact that some people canceled is fine, and because I asked them to, or rather, more specifically, it doesn't show if I'm not logged in, I guess. But I sent out an email saying, "Look, everybody, we hit the limit. Some people are queued up, and if you don't plan to come, cancel your reservation so that other people can be let in. And and apparently, and previously I received emails every time somebody would like update their stuff, but now I'm not getting those emails. Well, in any case, this is fine. So we're not full house, but we're close to full house. Uh, let's see. There's also Software Should Work happening soon and featuring Andrew. Yeah, Software Should Work seems a fucking insane conference. Especially for like never having run before. This is the type of this kind of makes me mad a little bit. Because this shows the power that the Americans can put into doing this shit correctly, but they don't. In this sense. So um it running conferences is not trivial, and I don't want to downplay the effort and whatever magic the organizers of this conference have pulled off to be able to set up the conference and have sponsors and have speakers and whatnot. But it drives me mad that they have a bunch of people that could totally come together and do a conference of this kind and always have been able, and that just doesn't happen very often, which is weird. Also, if you think about it, it's weird that the United States has never featured a Zig conference. It did have a good start with Zig Days, but Europe has surpassed it in number of Zig Days, and I think it has surpassed it also in number of like active Zig Days. Now, the US is not doing bad. There is Portland, there is Seattle, there is New York. I believe these three are the main ones, the most active ones. But man, the United States is fucking huge. Why is it not why is it not beating Europe 5-1 in terms of ratio? It should. So I feel like there is something telling there. There is really something telling there. I feel like there's a lot of wasted potential because the potential is totally there, 100%. I have absolutely no doubt in my mind that the US has a ton of potential in that sense. There's Andrew, there's Richard, there's Richard Heap, creator of SQLite. So they have SQLite, they have the creator of HTMX. I watched an interview with Carson Gross. I think it was an interview with Richard. I think it was on Richard Feldman's podcast, and I believe that he is instructor at Montana State University. So he was talking about how essentially the whole way in which you do programming assignments and whatnot has been completely obliterated by AI because students are vibe coding the shit out of everything and learning absolutely nothing, which is bad. And I'm at a point where I don't even get mad anymore. At this point, you know what? I'm laughing, thinking that I will have good chances of having a good, once I get old, I feel like there's going to be a sore need for software engineers that actually are engineers instead of being software magicians. So, what a mess. In any case, he seemed a cool guy. Personally, I have never used HTMX. I know that it's like there's memes around it and it is opinionated. And in a sense, it's a rejection of like JavaScript framework complexity in favor of more of, how can I say, like, I was about to say more deeply integrating with HTML. I guess that's one way of looking at it. But in any case, it's about like making thinner abstractions, I guess. So I have a vague idea of how HTMX works, but I've never used it much. In any case, Hillel Wayne, I also met him. It's fine. Philip Pislow, creator of Phil C. So this guy is another spicy person because what he does is that Like the Phil C stuff also is really funny because people keep complaining that C is unsafe. So then he comes and says, well, you know what? I will have a compilation model for C that guarantees that none of the unsafety is possible. There's a performance price for it because not everything can be as performant as, he calls it YOLO C. So not everything in Field C can be as performant as in YOLO C. But it is plenty doable and perfectly fine for many use cases. But the thing is that he still has the Rust people going after him because they just do not want to accept or believe that what he does is viable for whatever reason. And so there's always these exchanges where you see him going to people and saying that Rust is unsafe because Rust has unsafe blocks where unsafe stuff happens, while Filthy just doesn't even have that. To be clear though, Filthy is not like magic. Filthy is clever, very clever. But like every tool, there's like ways in which things that it does, things that it doesn't do. But in any case, it is a radically different take when it comes to safety and C, and, and like he's making people mad about it. And Alexis King, author of Parse Don't Validate. I remember reading this. I think I don't know. I don't know if new generations are reading this as much, but this used to be Parse Don't Validate used to be a thing that people used to repeat. Uh, it's not just GCC. It's a lot of things together. You know what? I haven't even looked into it deeply enough to really be able to give you a full list of things, but it covers a lot of things. It goes way past garbage collection. So then, staff reliability engineer at Airbnb, author of Chaos Engineering. I don't know this person, but if I remember correctly, Chaos Engineering is the thing that popularized. Is this the thing that popularized? What was it called? Chaos Monkey. Like, was that Airbnb or was it Netflix? I think Chaos Monkey was Netflix, right? In any case, Chaos Monkey was like a microservice whose job was to murder instances of other microservices um, for the software company. So it was basically a part of the infrastructure whose job was to, at random, constantly break other parts of the infrastructure to test in production the recovery systems would work correctly. So it would just like murder an instance of a microservice, and then the system would try to spin up a new instance of it to recover. And if that happens successfully, awesome. If it didn't, then people would get paged. But the thing is that this was not caused by real outages, surprise outages. This was caused by a piece of the infrastructure whose actual job was doing that. That's cool. Now, how does that relate to chaos engineering? I think it relates at least a little bit. I think that when you say chaos in this context, I think it tends to be in the general ballpark of Chaos Monkey, but I don't know if it relates directly to this guy or not. Miriam Bellotti, author of Kill It With Fire, maintainer of safety critical systems. I don't think I've ever... Kill It With Fire doesn't ring a bell in terms of tech stuff, so I don't think I've ever read that. Ray Myers, host of Craft versus Craft. Wait, I think there might be you should pronounce these two words differently. Maybe not. Craft. I don't know. This is in. Oh man, we are in the spectrum of pronunciation nuance that I totally am unable to to render with my voice. Hi, Neuroside. John Murray, Antithesis, of course. Delaney Gilliam, creator of Datastar. Datastar. What is Datastar? Oh yeah, right. It's like HTMX, but better, according to Andrew Kravsky. My interest in Super HTML runtime templating was exactly to make data star easier to use. I see. Mm-hmm. Yeah, never used that either. I forgot what it was, but I kind of knew then when you mentioned it. Yeah, I remembered. Hmm. Boy, this conference is expensive though. Holy shit. $500 early bird, $600 standard ticket. That is 2 tickets to Software You Can Love. Actually, more than 2 tickets for Software You Can Love, because I believe the Software You Can Love is Canadian dollars. These are US dollars. So, I mean, I don't know. I can say that it is expensive. I cannot judge if it is too expensive or not. I know the conferences are expensive. That is a thing. I know firsthand that is the case, and I imagine that it's particularly expensive in the US. Um, yeah, venue, travel, Isaac's food guide. Cool, cool conference. Yeah. Um, how much is systems distributed? 320 USD light ticket with what is it that they add? Lunch and snacks, swag, museum exhibition access, opening night event. So yeah, this is like extra stuff that you can totally make do without. 326.40. Okay, this is funny. They $320 for lunch. I mean, that's the US for you. No, I think this is on one end. This is funny because they are both under and above the cost of software should work. So, in a sense, this is nice. They give you the ability to come to the conference and pay not too much. Man, 320 though. You know what? I'm not as aware of inflation as I would be if I was actively organizing a conference today. And the US is not Europe. So the experience that I have firsthand has been organizing a conference in Europe. And I remember that when I organized Software You Can Love in Milan, the conference ticket was 200 euros, I believe, originally, and then I went to 250 when the second year, when I gave people also a badge. So essentially, the conference cost was 200 euros, and then I added 50 euros of badge cost. Uh, and now this is 320 for the lightning, and then it goes all the way up to 640. Man, conferences are fucking expensive. That is crazy. And again, I don't have insider information, but my estimate is that Tiger Beetle is not running this conference at a profit, or like I don't know, maybe they are breaking even. I really don't know. But they are definitely not trying to make money out of this conference. So the fact that they charge 640 for the high price ticket, it has to be tied to the costs of doing the thing. So I don't know. I think this is interesting of how everything is going. Yeah, money after cost goes to the Zisa Foundation. I will even tell you that in past years, even when they did not absolutely definitely break even with the conference, they still donated a part of the money that they got to the CSF. So on that front, they're always been super cool. But to bring this into perspective, for like if you're a developer and you're seeing this happen, what is happening. So let me try to give you a realistic understanding of what's going on. It is pretty obvious, by the way. I'm not going to tell you anything mind blowing, but obviously the idea is that Tiger Beetle is running a conference, at least in part, as a form of publicity, right? This is marketing. They are creating a financial database. They put a lot of emphasis into correctness and testing of the software. They want people to believe that the software is reliable. And you could say they just passing the test, passing Jepsen and putting it on a website does should do the trick, but that's not exactly it. There is my personal experience working in the database space is that there is a lot of visceral gut feeling decision making going on around databases. You have to sell the image. You not only the image, but like what customers want from you when you're making a database is the freedom of not having to think about the database. They want to feel like they can trust you to just hold the data and essentially be able to taper over all the laws of physics, entropy, and everything else. They want a magic bullet. That is the type of feeling that they want from a database. In the moment that they feel that your thing is something less than a magic bullet, they will be unhappy with it. Now, uh, is any software a magic bullet that can override the laws of physics? No, but that doesn't matter to people because they're not making those decisions from a entirely from a purely in perspective of engineering. It's different in any case. So system distributed is a way of being part of the the discussion of distributed systems and databases and whatnot, and so that more people can learn about Tiger Beetle being cool. That's certainly one goal of this conference. And then there's a bunch of other people. There's a bunch of other concerns related to that. For example, the fact that the conference does feature Zig always. Andrew always gets the keynote slot. At least so far. Maybe that might change in the future. But Andrew always gets the first day keynote. That is because obviously they're happy to see Zig succeed, so they also want to help with that. Also, this year we're also running a Zig Day Boston. So look, there's the animation. So long story short, Tiger Beetle is not doing exactly charity. Tiger Beetle is doing the right thing given the position that they're in and their goals. And I don't know. I think it's all well and good. It totally makes sense to me. And there's like it's a smart play, and they're right in doing it. Oh, I just noticed that the color changes of these things depending on where you go. Is that it? Oh no. No, okay. It does not change. It keeps changing, but it's not based on where you are on the grid. I was just lucky that all the all the movements that I did match the color change. Anyway, my perception is that conferences have been much rare since 2020. Absolutely. I occasionally talk with some of my ex-colleagues, and we talk about conferences and stuff. And we are 100% not yet at the level where we were before 2020. And I don't know if we will ever be. Actually, I don't even know if that is a bad thing, but for sure there were a lot more conferences before, and now there's fewer. If you want a large professional space, you're basically competing with multinational megacorps. Oh, you mean like a venue cost? Oh yeah, well for sure. I mean, especially if you want to go to a big city and you want a cool location, it's like yeah, that's not coming cheap. Also, I think that the venues that they are choosing, they come with extra costs because of all the AV setup. Like look at this, you can see the chairs, but you see that there is no screen right in front, and there's a bunch of lights. So they probably have an actual team of people, not Tiger Beetle people, but like people that essentially are affiliated with the venue that do the audio video setup. And I suspect that those people do not come cheap. This is definitely a scale of things that Software You Can Love have never gotten to. databases are scary, but you also can build one yourself, and it's basically impossible to audit. So it's all just vibes. Yeah, that is a good point. I mean, you can be technically, even if you don't write one yourself, you can rely on stuff like Jepsen. You can maybe, hire systems level engineers who have an idea of how, interacting with the file system looks like and what's smart and what's dumb. um you know you could realize that Mongo fucking sucks, for example. You don't have to be a genius to know that Mongo is garbage. But that is not what people want to do. People just want to have the peace of mind. Yeah, that's the expression that I was missing. People are just, their main interest is buying from you peace of mind. Can you recommend a short but fun thing to write in Zig? I'm porting Doom to Zig, but it's rather tiresome. Yeah, though that's definitely not short. I don't know. Here's something that is definitely significantly shorter than Doom, but also pretty cool. Check out ray tracing in a weekend. You can do ray tracing in a weekend in Zig. I did it a while ago. It was a pretty good experience. You also have the opportunity of seeing some of the. So overall, this is a good book. So I'm about to complain about it, but I genuinely think this is awesome learning material. But the author is making you write C++, and at some point there it goes bonkers with freaking inheritance, and you don't have to do that in C++. Well, you cannot do inheritance the same way that C++ does, but you also will very easily realize that that is just not the right tool for the job at any level. It's not good for comprehension, like expressiveness. It's not good for the machine. It's just not good for anybody. So you get the opportunity of seeing this. You can find probably, just so that you don't get stuck, you can find probably plenty of people that have done ray tracing in a weekend in Zig. So if you just search, you will probably find plenty of examples. There we go. Nelarius has one. Ryopi has one. Yeah, there's a bunch. I even did it myself. Excuse me? What the fuck did I press to delete everything? I typoed it, but I found it. So there's also this one that I made, and there's also the videos. So you can find it on GitHub on my profile in case you're interested. So this one is pretty good. It's not too long also. It took me a little more than a weekend. I think it took me 3 days, but none of my sessions was super long. So yeah. That's just delegating trust, right? You're just trusting Jepsen is as goated as uh Afir. I think it's with an A. Afir rocks. Yeah, of course you're delegating trust. Yes. But you are delegating trust, but at least it's not entirely vibe based, right? Jepsen is always, well, some of it's marketing. Jepsen is always presented in an adversarial manner with the database, right? Usually Jepsen runs tests on a database, and you can see in the writing that it enjoys finding holes in the thing. So I think that the writing is designed to not make you suspect that there is some collusion going on between Jepsen and the database company. And by the way, I'm not saying that there is. My point is just that I feel like that some of the wording is a little bit extra loaded for appearances, and it is not strictly necessary. But Jepsen is concrete. Like, maybe you're not able to evaluate 100%, right? Like, you don't know how thorough the Jepsen testing has been. But whenever Jepsen does find a bug, which the company wants to do, like Jepsen wins whenever it finds a bug, that is real. That is something that you can go and evaluate yourself. Like, you see the bug report, you see how you try to figure out a way of triggering the same bug in a unpatched version of the database software, and you can get a more concrete idea. Again, it's not the same level as, you know, you having full knowledge of the data of the code base yourself. But man, that is certainly better than just buying the blatant lies the database companies put on their website. And that is what, but the problem is that is what customers want. And you have to play that game. Like, you have to be able to sell them that dream. Otherwise, your database company is just not going anywhere. And you have to for the good of the world, because otherwise you end up like a RethinkDB. Rest in peace, RethinkDB, best database ever created, best document style database ever created. Rest in peace. They were never able to sell the dream to customers, and fucking Mongo won that one. They did have a bunch of fuck ups that got them some bad rap. They had like years of endless fuck ups, one after the other. DB Fox seems to say the actual software is good. I haven't looked into it for ages. I still doubt it. Didn't Mongo switch to a non-free license? Yes, it did. Yeah, I want to be lied to. Please give me more. Look, yes, that is how a lot of people in our industry behave. Both when it comes to non-hardcore technical decision makers, so like CTOs, CIOs, so C-levels who technically should be technical people, but you know, maybe they were 20 years before. When you're a CTO in a large enough company, you're very far removed from source code, and so yeah, those people 100% want to be lied to, and the thing is, they want to be lied to, but they're not completely dumb. So they will realize that you're selling them lies if there is enough proof out there, but they still want to be lied to at the core. Anyway, okay, enough ranting. Let's do something. Let's do some work. So what are we doing? We are merging super HTML PRs. There's one that I want to merge. So I have some pretty good PRs. By the way, yesterday we were wondering whether a given PR was AI generated or not. I read it more in detail. It was this one, because this one had right. This is not sorted by recently updated, even though I really think it should. I don't understand why this is not the default ordering. Stupid GitHub. But this one, I was wondering if it was AI generated, because this PR was adding tracking for a property that is irrelevant for the validation. But then I read more in detail the reasoning provided by the contributor, and which did point out at some things that I missed when it comes to SVG, which we did fix by merging a separate PR. And also, this pointed out that the fix that we did for SVG also should be done with math elements. And it turns out that there is a relationship between embedded content and the fact that I missed this too, because embedded content is a strict subset of phrasing content. So if you look at what is embedded, you know that everything that is embedded has to be also phrasing. Now, tracking embedded explicitly, not useful because we don't need it, and this is gonna waste memory. So I ended up not merging this PR, but it was absolutely reasonably valid reasoning. So yeah, no, I don't think there was any AI involved there, which is good. And so here's what I want to merge now. I want to merge these two. I want to merge. Let's start with this one. Role and area attributes. So essentially, there's a bunch of area dash something something attributes, which I never added validation for. So right now there's a hack that says, oh, you are defining an attribute that starts with area. If it starts with area, look, we're not even gonna look into it. Whatever to do, remove this hack once attributes area attributes are implemented. So this is the status quo. We don't validate them at all. But and the reason why I did that is because there's a bunch of those and they are spec'd in another spec, not in the HTML spec. So I just didn't want to have to do, yeah, what you see in this diff, all this stuff. I didn't feel like doing it at the time, so I left it as a to do. But a contributor now did, and I'm happy to merge this. I looked at the code off stream, So this whole diff seems absolutely reasonable to me. And it's also a not particularly dangerous merge because it's mostly data. It's just reusing my own abstractions and adding data. So maybe they made a mistake. Actually, I did find one mistake in this thing that we're gonna fix before merging, but it's nothing crazy. And then the only part where stuff happens, like where there's logic, is essentially this function here, -1 or integer, which, by the way, this is the wrong casing. This is not idiomatic Zig casing. This should be snake case, not snake. What's it called? Camel case. That's fine. Same with this one. But yeah, that's it. So overall, good PR. I'm gonna merge it. The other PR that I want to merge is this one. Right now we are just not formatting JavaScript well, and this PR gets us closer to proper JavaScript formatting. The problem with this PR is that it introduces a new tokenizer and it introduces a new parser for parser and formatter for JavaScript code. I think it is the right approach. Like, I'm happy with the general shape of it. The problem is that even with careful review, I am not 100% confident that this code is without bugs. So what do you do at this point? Actually, chat. You're merging a PR. The PR is non-trivial. You reviewed the code. It does make sense, but there's a bunch of logic in it. And you're not really confident that it is bug-free. What's your solution to this? How do you tackle this problem? Do not say you copy paste the PR into like a ChatGPT window and ask it if it's good. That is not the right solution. Ask someone else. That's fine. Do I trust the author? That's fair. I believe this is not a first-time contributor. This is a first-time contributor. So we have no historical data. Write a random weird test to check if the code works as expected. I feel like this is in the right direction. There we go. Fuzz it then. Yes, fuzzing. Fuzzing is the way to go. Like, you just give it a good fuzzing and read it more carefully. But man, I've already exhausted my ability to read carefully. So yeah, fuzz it. Give it a good fuzzing, and at least you know that it's not gonna have any super embarrassing bugs in them that will instantly obliterate users' code the first time they use it. So this is my plan then. Merge this PR and then fuzz Super HTML. Here's the problem. Zig fuzzing is not ready yet. We need to reintroduce AFL fuzzing. I'm not in love with the idea of reintroducing AFL fuzzing, but we need this fuzzer now. We don't have the luxury to wait for the Zig fuzzer to get better. And I feel like nor having me try to get into fuzzer development and try to bring it to my, add features to my liking, because I feel like there is a little bit too much stuff going on with the fuzzer for me to be able to pull that off in any reasonable, like quickly, in any form of doing it quickly. So still don't need until there's enough folks that approve. There must be a good JS tokenizer fuzzers. I think that AFL is pretty good at it, because all we need to do is like give it a good smith for it. Like, make a I know how to make smiths. I can make a smith for that stuff, and then we can fuzz it. We can fuzz it good. So let's get this let's get this working. So here I have the change to the math element that was missing this stuff. So let me look at the closed PR. Not most commented, man. Why am I even able to sort by most commented? Most reactions? Why are you sorting by most reactions? GitHub, man. Oh my god. Able to do anything, anything except the useful thing. By the way, this stuff drives me insane. I watched there's a talk from the people that implemented GitHub search, I wanted to do physical violence to them because they were so proud at presenting the amazing achievement of being able to search for fart in every single repository on GitHub all at the same time. And then, like, you can't search in your own branches. You can only search main branches. But boy, have you ever wondered what is like all the usages in the world of foo and bar? Totally able to answer that question. Searching in branches? No, that is not supported. So stupid, so fucking stupid. Okay, 130. I just wanted to mention it in the comment. Oh shit! I pressed a bad button. There we go. I search the whole of GitHub every day for new recipes for omelets. Right. Most comments equals Banzuri right PR. Yes. Like, why? Why would you even do this? Like, okay, I get it. You know what's funny is that actually Bun was doing this, right? Jared was collecting reactions to issues and was using that to prioritize which issues to work on first. On one, like, if you want to still mend the practice, you can say that that will allow you to prioritize things that affect the the highest number of people. But I would argue that if you have any form of control over what your project is doing, you should be able to tell even without sort by most reactions. So actually, let me double check. Does it show up that I reference this thing in there? Yes, it did work. Okay. So then what else? Okay, so this is done. Next is merging PRs. So let us merge the area PR. But first we check it out because we want to change it. 136. So GHPR checkout 136. Yeah, I do not care that a new version is out. Okay, cool. We're here. So what we want to do is find the file where the area stuff is, which is attribute.zig. Oh, is it everything in attribute.zig? Okay. Oops. Okay, so this is all well and good. Then we have a role. Oh, I see. So the way it works is that, wait a second. Okay, let's look at global. This is an attribute set. Why is this called an attribute set? Oh, because it's a set that contains all the possible attributes, right? All the global attributes. Okay. So we have this. Role property of an element interface returns the explicitly set by area role for the element. Okay, so you can do role equals this, role equals that. So this is what these are. Then there are some roles. Okay, so these things are values for the role attribute. This does not answer. There's a comment here. Why is this? What is this separating? Oh, this is ending. This is ending structural roles. Okay. Um, did you know? Don't you know that running outdated software is risky? Right. Of course. The new stuff is not risky at all, right? Yeah. So now I'm left with the question though. Where's the area dash stuff? Is data. Where are the area dash attributes though? Because these are not it. So, oh, there we go. They're just down below. Area active descendant, area atomic, area autocomplete, area. Okay, so these are all the area stuff. Perfect. Yes. Area drop effect, expanded flow to, has pop up, owns selected, value max. Okay, so the one thing that I want to fix is somewhere there's a default inside of a value, which I believe it's a bad idea. So here, this attribute, area current, has a label that says false default. The problem is that you don't want it there because that will be like the LSP will put default in your attribute. You want it to be in the description. Okay, so I think that the author just forgot to move this down for this one, and I haven't seen any other one have present the same issue. So this is all awesome. Now here we do rename ID reference. Oh wait, ID reference list. Okay, there you go. And there you go. Okay, and then so let's look at the diff. Yeah, just change this, rename this, move default down, rename. Perfect. Um, add the commit and rebase it on master. On main. I think it's main. Okay, rebased on main. So we can now do Zig1 build test and see if we pass tests. Seems we do. Can we build the LSP? We succeeded. So we can do this. We can test HTML. SVG is happy. LSP is active. Let's give a. Oh, there we go. Area. Oh, there we go. Now we recognize area this, area that. Role equals alert dialog blah 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 blah. Oh man, unfortunately, there we go. There's also the ones that the author says you should not be using. You should not be using list. You should be using a semantic and HTML element instead. Absolutely. So all this stuff worked beautifully right away. That's how it should be. It's just I don't know. It's nice to see. What else did we add with this? I think this is it. What is Zig1? Yeah, it's tip of master branch. So the Zig command is sim linked to a version of Zig managed by ZigUp. So I can do ZigUp 016 and so I can turn my Zig command to Zig 016, for example, in case it's needed. Then Zig1 is a build from master branch, and Zig2 sorry, Zig 1 is a release fast build for master branch, while Zig 2 is a debug build for master branch, which I use when I'm modifying the compiler itself. Okay, this all works perfectly as is right away. No problemo. No problemo whatsoever. So awesome. Git push force. There we go. Amazing work. Thank you very much for your contribution and your patience. I will soon release a new version of Super HTML with your PR in it. Thanks again. Zig2 is Zigbot with classes. Oh god. Okay. So we got this in. There's this one also from the same author. By the way, first time contributor, but not anymore because we got one PR merged from them. And I feel like that seeing that PR has increased my confidence in this person doing good work because that PR was very high quality. I mean, there were like, couple minor things that I changed, but overall it was an amazing PR. And this one has 3,000 lines in it of JavaScript tokenizing. So, well, sorry, of regular expression tokenizing, not even JavaScript, just regular expression, which is kind of bonkers. Um, so, that improves my confidence in it. By the way, this is another example of a PR that definitely needs some fuzzing, but we'll look into it later. Here's another one that is dangerous: character reference unescaping. I don't know how viral this is, but the problem is that um, if you implement this, you now need to update all the places where we deal with this stuff, and yeah, this updates unescape. But I don't know if this updates also usage points. I don't think that usage locations will correctly deal with the I think there might be some more work necessary. In any case, this one is a big one. This one requires a lot of testing before I'm confident that we're not like doing crappy work. This one is, as I said, the JavaScript stuff interesting. I like the general approach, but I think this requires some testing and also some fuzzing. So what I'm thinking is we merge this. And then also this one, I think we can even merge without touching because I didn't see anything that I wanted to touch. So this puts the tokenizer under JS and puts JS outside of HTML. That makes sense because I believe we have CSS also at the top level. This branch has conflicts with source HTML AST. Oh shit. Yeah, so yeah, let's resolve conflicts, but oh my god, not in the UI. I don't think we can. Wait, what? GitHub? So there's a fuzz test, a commented out fuzz test, which can be left there, commented out. Okay, so maybe it's not that bad. Is this like, oh, okay, there's a fuzz test up top. I think we can do this then. I think with this we're good. Keep it down here, commented out. I don't know, maybe I picked the wrong one and this one is garbage, but it doesn't matter. It's my own test for fuzzing thing, so I'll fix it. Merge branch main into JS. Squash and merge. Yeah. Okay. Wait, what? Do you not like squash? So you're saying that you hate this? That's crazy. This is really good if you put it in the oven. Killing commits for us ways, it depends. Sometimes the commits um, are garbage. I'm not saying this was the case here, but like I myself sometimes make branches with commits that are garbage, and then I just want them squished. As for what people do, I think that the fact that they are working on individual features for me as the maintainer of the project, I think I'm fine with squashing and losing that a bit of that history. It's fine. Okay. So we merged this as well, which is awesome. Let's see if it works locally. Do we Zig one build? We do. Zig one build test. Also, you know what? Give me the summary all. 64 pass, 2 skip, 66 total. Okay. So this is perfect. Oh, look, I was actually not dumb. I build also the executable when running tests so that so Zig build test is enough to check that the whole code base works. That's good. Um, I think we should test this a little bit by hand ourselves. So the idea is that you have a script and you need to have some JavaScript. You can do this, right? I'm not writing anything wrong. What is the word for this? Well, whatever. Then I think we can do this. By the way, it doesn't even have to be semantically correct. Try variables without semicolon. That is delicious. That is delicious. That's good formatting there. What can I say? That's not bad. That is so. This might not be perfect. I am definitely not stress testing the whole thing. I have not looked at the parser in depth enough to have a confidence that it doesn't have like weird corner cases that are handled wrong. But status quo was really bad. This is, even if it's not perfect, this is 100% a step forward compared to status quo. So awesome, absolutely awesome. Huh. Mm, huh. Oh, you know what's happening? Okay, so check this out. Okay, so here's what's happening. So this gets auto formatted there, but it is my fault. It's because I have this invalid syntax there. Yeah, this is all well and good. Also, this parser really cares only about curly brackets. So like you could have a curly bracket in here, and maybe you could say that it does dumb stuff because of that, but it doesn't. I read the code. It does. It is regex aware. So okay, so this is another nice improvement. Next step, I think, is fuzzing. Fuzzing my beloved. So we had fuzzing in here, and I ripped it out, and I think it's maybe time to put it back in. Zig.js backend when? Hmm. And scripting did it before wasn't was a thing, so it is possible. Hmm. There are certainly some operations that you can do in Zig that you just cannot do in JavaScript, right? What happens if somebody uses um, pointer from int? I guess you essentially consider, you say, well, pointer from int just does not work. So you, when you compile, you say, yeah, that is not supported. The platform doesn't support it. I guess if you take out pointer from int and I don't know, maybe a couple of other funky things, then yeah, could be doable. Okay, so far so good. This seems delightful. Let me do another test. I'm gonna go in my website and I'm going to open my layouts and see what happens when I auto format them. Oh, this will auto format my title, except that I don't really want that. Yeah, I don't want the title to be changed. The title is complicated though, but everything else stays the same. So that is fine. Index. Oh, we have some CSS stuff that we're missing. Okay. Everything else stays the same. Oh, there we go. This post was also, I don't understand how this stuff works in Flow. So this tiny arrow is added by Flow. This is not real text. Which, by the way, I find confusing because I don't know how to distinguish it from real text. So I don't know what to expect from it. The title means a closing super tag. It did not. Super is a void tag. In any case, auto formatting here seems good. Nothing that happens here is undesirable. And I don't think I'm causing anything to, become bad because of this. So I'm going to save it as is. What else? Where can I find some HTML that contains JavaScript that I want to see become auto formatted? Where do I find it? Zig doesn't really have JavaScript. The Zig website, I mean. Actually, no, never mind. It does have some, but the one page that contains a little bit of it, I don't want to touch. But you know what? I'm not going to save the change. I'm just going to use it to observe. In any case, super does not need a closing tag because it's a void tag. So void tags are tags that do not contain a body. So they only have one opening tag. It's not even the opening tag. It's just one tag, period. There are other examples in HTML. For example, I believe meta, link, EMG. These are all tags that do not have a body. And if you think that you should but no, when you do EMG, you're doing the slash diamond bracket to close it. No, that's actually wrong. That's a void tag. It's a normal tag that is not supposed to have a closing tag because by definition in the spec, it's special. And it's part of a short list of tags that are special. And in my templating language, I'm essentially saying that super is one of those. Yeah, it's part of my templating language. Let's see, layouts. I'm confused because I expected the VSF page. Oh, here it is. This stuff. Oh yeah, no, it's not this. Okay, now I remember. We had JavaScript when we were running like the fundraiser. But we don't have this page anymore. Okay. That's called a self-closing tag? No. A sub, or rather, sorry, I don't know what you're referring to, but this is a self-closing tag. So you have like foo, and then you do slash diamond bracket. This is a self-closing tag. This is a shorthand notation for foo slash foo, but this is a shorthand notation for XML. This is not a thing in HTML. Even though in XML, writing this means this, in HTML, that is not the case. When you write foo slash closing diamond bracket, the browser is instructed by the HTML specification that it should ignore the closing slash. So you have opened a tag and you never closed it. So if you ever did this, for example, div, and then you self-closed it, no, you have not self-closed it. This is an open div. And everything that is below it, it's inside this div. And if you're not careful with this stuff, and you input is void. Input is another void tag. So if you're not careful with this stuff, you might have write, for example, JavaScript code that doesn't realize that what's below this self-closing div is actually inside the div. And so, like for example, your DOM manipulation logic will not work because maybe you go to parent thinking that you're going up to the container that contains this whole thing, but no, you're going up to this div and you don't realize it. The unfortunate thing is that HTML has some rules that are enforced, but these rules also have recovery logic. The fact that the browser doesn't stop and show you an error, but instead ignores the self-closing slash and keeps going forward. I was writing this all along. I'm so sorry, man. Yeah, that is garbage. I'm sorry. And you know why you don't know this? Because nobody tells you. You open VS Code, you write wrong HTML, and it doesn't bat an eye. Actually, not only doesn't bat an eye, but it is even misleading. So I wrote super HTML as it is also a templating language for my static site generator, but you can ignore that part. It's a language server for normal HTML that will actually tell you when you write wrong HTML. It is the only thing on the market that does this for some reason. I don't know why nobody did it before me. But yeah. Yeah, JSX has self-closing tags and they do exist. They work. So JSX is more like XML in that sense. But HTML proper, this doesn't mean anything. And sure, if you self-close a void tag, so like if you self-close BR or you self-close input, then yeah, nothing happens because these are already tags that have no body, so that have no space body. So you don't risk nesting stuff inside them because stuff cannot be nested inside them regardless. But if you do this on a div, you've just written wrong HTML. And your editor should tell you, but it doesn't. So you want to know how you can get notified when you write wrong HTML? Install Super HTML. If you're using VS Code, you can go to the VS Code market. So go to the Visual Studio Marketplace. If you have VS Codium, you can also get it from the the non-Microsoft store. That also works. Yeah, install Super HTML, and it will tell you when you write it wrong. If you enable auto formatting, it would also give you my opinionated auto formatting. No, you cannot personalize it. It's one auto formatter for everybody. So either you turn it on or you turn it off. There is no middle ground. I'm sorry. Yeah, enjoy. So yeah, I wanted to test this stuff some more, but I don't know. I think this is it. So far so good. Let's do some fuzzing. So how do we do fuzzing? As I said, Zig fuzzing is not quite there yet. So I'm gonna need to patch my package for integrating with AFL fuzzing and hope that it's not too much work to get it working with latest Zig. What if I use Emacs though? If you use Emacs, I don't have a guide for it. Sorry. People have contributed guides for VS Code, NeoVim, Helix, Flow Control. Actually, Helix, by the way, if you have any recent enough Helix, Helix will automatically pick up Super HTML if you have it installed on your system. So Super HTML has been the one of the two default LSPs for HTML for a while now. Flow Control is also already configured to use Super HTML. I don't know. This is the Vim stuff. Z, there's this extension. Oh, but I think this has moved. Oh, right. They moved this to Z extensions. So yeah, there's a Z extension. although Z is in a bit of a weird situation because it's so dumb. Basically, I'm releasing tar.xz archives, and for some reason, they don't want to add um, support for extracting XZ archives. And so they keep pinging me about changing the compression algorithm, but it's so stupid. There is no reason why they shouldn't support it. Sorry, the extension authors are just trying to get the thing to work. So they originally went to Zed and said, "Please, can you make this work?" And then Zed said no. So they're coming to me and saying, "Please, can you make this work?" So they're fine. I just don't understand why the Zed people are not adding support for this stuff. So long story short, for Emacs, I don't know. You have to use whatever system Emacs has for supporting the language server protocol, and whatever you use can be configured to use my LSP. That's the whole point of a language server protocol, right? You just need to have an adapter for it, and then all language servers should work with it. I've heard Andrew say that AFL is a pain in the ass to set up. Oh yeah, I've experienced it myself. I have a package that helps you get set up, and in any case, it's still annoying. But what can you do? What can you do? Our fuzzer right now is not as good as it should be. So Zig AFL kit. So where are we stuck here? Hmm. Git pull. On paper it builds, but yeah, we need to use it in a project to actually know if it builds for real. So let's go into Super HTML, Zig, fetch, save, Christoph IT, Zig AFL kit. Uh, but then we want to fork it. So we want to use, okay, we want to do Zig1, build, fork, Zig AFL kit. So far so good, except the thing is we're not really using it yet, so it's makes sense that it doesn't complain. Now I think I nuked all the integration that I had with AFL, which is unfortunate. I think I'm gonna go and scavenge it from my older commits. Reintroduce fuzzing. I think it's fine to choose an arbitrary old commit as long as those files are still there. Yeah, we have generator, we have main root sitter template VM. This might not be old enough. Do. Although this is really old, that surprises me. Okay, we're going. Oh, wait a second. Let's look at the ones that did mention reintroduce fuzzing. What type of fuzzing are we talking about here? Oh yeah, fuzz.zig. Yes, this is the AFL fuzzer. Yes, this is definitely the AFL fuzzer. Okay, good. I found the stuff that I wanted to find. Um, Set up generator step. Generator executable for replicating fuzz cases. Okay. Build.zig just deletes this step. So does this export the file? So this is test fuzz. But this is using the testing Smith stuff. That is not what I want. When did I get rid of fuzzing? Okay, you know what? Maybe it was very long ago. Let's. I guess we can reintroduce it from first principles, ish at least. So, use in your build.zig. Create an object file step with your test code and pass it to add instrumented exe. While not mandatory, you will probably want to create a dedicated name step, and you will also probably want to install the instrumented executable. So, import AFL kit, create a fuzz step, define an object file that contains your test function. Here I called it fuzz.zig, except that my fuzz.zig doesn't have these functions. Yeah, but this is okay. The comment I was looking at was already trying to use the zig fuzzer. Okay, so our test code needs to have fuzz init and then fuzz test. And then we do this. Okay. Let's see if we can make this work. So let's start with this. Go into build.zig, import AFL kit, then create a fuzz step, define an object file, copy. Any mention of fuzzing? No. So everything related to fuzzing is gone. Uh, so we can do a setup fuzz step. Where we do this. So create a fuzz step, define an object file, name, I don't know, fuzz. Create module. These points at the file at the fuzz.zig file, which we do not have, which we do have, which does not contain our AFL stuff, but which we can. Okay, you know what? Let's do it like this. AFL.zig. So we have a file dedicated to AFL. Okay, and in here we want to export two functions. So copy, Copy. Okay. This is our AFL.zig. AFL.zig. Target is going to be, we can pass in target. What's target? Resolved target. Oh. Okay. Optimize debug. No. Really safe. Required option. Root mode stack check. Limiting. Yes. And then what was it? The other one? Root module.fuzz equals true. Why not debug too slow to run fast tests? You want to keep the asserts. So you want a checked build. But there is no reason for you to go slow. The faster you go, the more iterations you can do per second, the more of the input space you can cover. So release safe is definitely what you want to prefer. Then if you want to be precise about it, you could say that there are maybe some checks that you want to consider essentially debug only. Like you don't want to have them in a real release. So you might want to have a com time flag that says to your code, look, we're fuzzing, so this is going to be a release build, but also this one extra check that is kind of expensive. We want to keep it because we believe it's useful for fuzzing. So you might you might want to be a little bit more precise if you have nuanced needs, but the release safe is in general what you want to go for when fuzzing. This readme is actually dumb. That's on me. Okay, so we have this, and then we need to call add instrumented exe. I don't remember what these other options do, but whatever. I guess we can, we can trust them or something. I don't know. And then we install the file. My fuzz AFL. No. Fuzz. Okay. So this is it. There we go. Now we're seeing all the things that have regressed in AFL Kit. Oh wait, but I mean, this is definitely the case. But we do want the fork. Okay. So now I'm gonna move this here. I'm gonna close this. I'm gonna exit. Okay, let's fix Zig AFL Kit if we can. No field name install path in build. Line 59. Install tools. Source directory, build lazy path. AFL CWD relative AFL builder install path. Install their prefix, install their AFL++. So if not, use system AFL, which I don't know, maybe to be fair, that is something that I want to do. You know what? Out of curiosity, is this a comtime known thing? It seems like it kind of is. I think I did set it to false in my code, did I not? If I do true, are we any happier? We're not, because it's not like comp time known. But what if it was? Okay, temporary hacks to see if we can simplify the issues that we're facing. Find program. Okay. Expected lazy path. Found optional lazy path. Returns an optional. Or else return, I guess. There we go. Okay, so fuzz gets us into a compiling error, and until we solve this compiling error, we are not going to make progress. That's fine. By the way, I'm having weird errors in brew. I don't know what's going on here. LVM LLD. No. No. I want this to be is it info? Is there like a version of AFL that depends on LVM 22 or something required? LLD, LVM. I don't know, whatever the fuck, man. Yeah, go for it. Whatever. Yes, give it to me. Yeah, of course. What are we getting? Oh, okay, we're getting LLD and LVM 22. Okay, there's a new patch version out. Can X fixes this? Yeah. Hmm. I let this stuff completely beat rot for a while, hoping that I wouldn't have to go back to it ever. But unfortunately, we're still here. Uh, Also, the reason why I'm going with system AFL is because even though these package in theory should be able to compile AFL for us, um, I remember having trouble with this in the past. So I'm trying to minimize the amount of work that I have to do, because this is still temporary. In the long term, the idea is in any case to get rid of AFL. So yeah. Why is this failure? AFL CC 03 and failed. What does it say? Oh, undefined symbols for architecture ARM64. Sankov guards. Stop Sankov guards. Um, was there any issue about this? And yet, I'm still experiencing this problem. How comes? Did I update AFL version in Zig Kit? Actually, that does not matter because I'm using system AFL. So, what did we do to AFL plus plus? What are we doing here? Speed up actions by executing paths from DPKG. What? Okay. Yeah. Well, better late than never. So there was another PR that was merged sort by recently updated, I guess. Related 016 by Brandon. What did he do? Yeah, reasonable stuff. The fact that he updated this makes me think that maybe they are building from source. AFL, I mean. Did I run this? I think I did. I did not. Okay, does that make any difference? I don't think it should. No, we still fail. AFLCC still fails. Because of these Sankov guards. So why am I getting this? And why are the rock people not getting this? I'm actually surprised. Let me try this. I'm gonna use Zig 016. Oh, LSP Kid has to whine about it, of course. And of course, AFLCC has a different signature. Yeah, this does not help. This does not help. Uh, I guess I can reintroduce this hack. I guess I can reintroduce the hack, but I still I'm weirded out by the fact that this is working for them. Is this something that was fixed in like 016 and then regressed afterwards? Like, what's up with this? Well, we can, in any case, we can mess around with this. Look at how beautiful is the integration with AFL. Oh, because of the warning, it complains, but this actually succeeded. Now we have the fuzzing executable. So, which by the way does nothing because it's not wired into anything at the moment. Um, I guess this is a good moment to go and yoink our old file. Yeah, copy raw file. Oh wait, this is using a Smith. Oh no. Oh. Okay, okay, okay. So yeah, here we are definitely way too far into the commit history because this is using the Smith. So yeah, that's definitely not it. Generator HTML.zig input take byte. Yeah, this is it. I'm trying to find what was the last version of that file. This is still has a reader and a writer. Okay. Oh, is cleanup and use files killing the... No. Okay, so that's the generator. Oh wait, is the fuzzer in here? No. I'm confused. Is this where's the extern stuff? You know what? Why am I wondering about this stuff? I can see this in the build script, of course. Check step, test step, CLI tool. I think well, you might be already too far along there. Actually, maybe we can even look into it in the zone file. Yeah, look here. We do not we do not have AFL in the zone file anymore. If I go here, yeah, I'm like stupid bisecting. We don't have AFL in there anymore either. Visit the zone file and press history. Good point. Yeah, that is a better approach. Thank you. History. Yeah, there you go. Here we're killing the AFL integration. Actually, no, we're not necessarily killing it. What was this? AST gen. Well, in any case, the question is, what are we doing with the zone file? We're touching AFL kit. Yeah, I'm not even. I think it's one of the update Zig. Oh, update scripty AFL kit. So here we still had AFL kit. There you go. Do we init the SMP allocator? We do not init the SMP allocator. How does that work? Maybe we need to use GPA. Although SMP allocator is much faster, right? So whatever. Okay, let's leave it as that for now. Zig fast test AST gen. Oh, that's another instance of test that what was it testing? HTML? Okay, this was another variant of this. I don't know, I'm gonna delete it for now. Okay, so this seems fine. What we're missing is input to randomize the input to. Oh no, wait, that was it. Okay, now I get it. This was using AST gen. Okay, which was my Smithy, the old Smithy. Okay. So that's easy because we go in fuzz, we go in AST gen, we copy it, and we just make sure to put this under a AST gen type. We just wrap it all. And we should be fine. Something like this. Okay, let's see how we do with this. There is no general purpose allocator. Where did it go? Oh, right, it's debug allocator. Hmm. Okay. Hello, Two Step. Hello, Mohammed Beat. Hello, I'm new to Zig and system levels languages, and I picked Zig as my first low level language. What do you suggest me to focus on? I have Golang and JavaScript background. Thank you in advance. Um, my recommendation is to go to ziglang.org, check out the learn section, see if anything in there uh, works for you in terms of learning materials. There's a lot of links. Then join a Zig community so you can interact with other people and get help when you get stuck. And as you learn things, you can also get other people get stuck, unstuck themselves if they get stuck on something that you learn how to do in the meantime. And try projects that are not too ambitious. For example, if you have experience with Go and JavaScript, you probably are familiar with, web development. My recommendation would be don't, like, you have a lot of knowledge doing web development already and you are used to having sophisticated tools at your disposal. So you might think, well, just going to make a web server in Zig, or rather I'm going to make like a web service in Zig. But Zig is a little bit, the ecosystem in Zig is not yet fully matured, so you will not have a lot of options for doing that. There are actually some, but they're not going to be a ton. And if you try to do it from scratch yourself, so if you use an available solution, then you're not really learning anything. You're just doing web development as you were doing it before, just with extra steps. And if you try to do it yourself and you don't know anything about lower level programming, it turns out that actually like writing a web server from scratch in a lower level programming language does require you to exercise memory management, manual memory management, and other things that you probably don't know yet. So start with something less ambitious. So start with something in a domain that you're not familiar with, so that you essentially, what you want to avoid is having a big mismatch between things that you already know and your lower level programming knowledge, which is going to be tiny. So if you have this big mismatch, you will be super annoyed because you feel like you should be able to do it. It's stuff that you already know, but then you will find a lot of blockers along the way. So that's frustrating. Don't do it. Um, Pick a domain where you also don't know much, so that you can grow these two things at the same time and you will not feel the imbalance. For example, if you've never done video stuff, so like graphics stuff, take a look at ray tracing in a weekend. It's a book that tells you how to set up a ray tracing scene, or write a CLI tool. Maybe re-implement a CLI tool that already exists in the Unix ecosystem. Uh, that kind of stuff. And lastly, if you have the opportunity of going to in-person Zig events, that also is nice. If you go to zig.day, you can find these events. They're called Zig Days. They're not conferences; they are meetups. So you meet with people, you bring your laptop, and you spend the entire day programming with them. Well, you can do it. You can program stuff on your own, or you can join other people and do it as a group. Whatever floats your boat. There's a bunch of those in Europe. There's a bunch of those in the United States. If you're from somewhere else, there's just one in Japan. If you're from somewhere else, well, we might not be there yet. But if you have the opportunity of joining one of these events, it's a nice experience. Oh yeah, also Ziglings, good recommendation, Calder. Thank you. Ziglings in particular is listed in the learn page. Oh, you already finished most of them. There you go. So nice. So those would be my top recommendations. Okay, so what are we missing here that is preventing us from building? There's an out. The writer still out there? Oh yeah, this one. No module super HTML available within module root. That's on us and how we set up the build. This is how it's supposed to be, right? Build internal, expected file arguments found for. Well, that sucks. Mm, wait. Oh, I see. Right. Right. Except that an allocator found a yodel writer. Oh, there's no popper now. I guess it's just called pop now. Yeah. Expected for arguments found 3. Syntax only. No module name Tracy. No module name language tag registry. Oh, okay. I guess we can just pass Tracy down. Also, we need to pass down Scripty as well. Hmm. I think I'm not supposed to specify these things in this. Oh my god, I think I'm not doing a good job at wrangling my dependencies. You know? Hmm. 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 By the Teufel. I guess I can just do this and then just replace it this way. Oh no, I do one target. So this should work, I guess. Oh, that's the super ASD. Never mind. That's a different story. I'm filling items instruct. Oh, okay. First circle. Wait, there is no written. Oh no, wait. This is like this. Is that it? Okay, I messed up a super AST. Here. Oh, god damn it, that was wrong. This one is fine. Then it was above. This one. Okay. We're linking. There you go. So this is actually working now. And it actually succeeded. It's just that it has one warning and that we consider like a failure because it printed to standard error, but this is fine. Okay. So now we can run this with AFL. Okay. Next is AFL fuzz cases. There it is, except there is no cases. So I'm cater cases. What else do you need to do? No usable test casing cases. I don't know, foo.txt. Something like this. We're running and we are crashing a lot. Except I don't know why we're crashing because we're going to see cases, but those are not going to tell us what the input was. Because I need I need the generator executable, the one where you feed it garbage from the fuzzer and it tells you what's up with that. Uh, well, I mean, we got to a semi-working place. I don't understand why the Sunkov stuff still does not work, and I don't understand how it was working um for everybody else. But I don't know. Okay, what do we want to do here? I think we want next to we need so we have crashes. We need to see what's actually crashing, and to see what's crashing, we need a repro, so that the repro can be run against also a debug build, maybe even. Although release safe should be good enough, I guess. Let's make that executable. So I think in one of my old comics we should have something that was already made that I can reuse. Was it the main function of this guy? Yeah. The main function of this guy was good. This was grabbing the first argument passed in, and it was using it. Although it's not doing it's not reading it from standard input. I think that would be nice. Wait, was this the file that was already looking at? Yeah, what about AFL? Does this guy have anything good for us? No, it just has test case coverage. Yeah, I think this is pretty much it. So let's do it this way. Yeah, so I can tell you what's going on there. Here's what's going on. Or rather, I don't understand it fully because I don't know what's up with that. But I merged this PR from Brennan, where essentially he was saying that this would fix it for them, but testing it myself now with Zig 017 does not work for me. So this patch in Zig AFL kit is the curb bit. I merged this, I guess. Maybe I should have. I guess I should have maybe looked more into it. But also, there's 3 commits in here. What's going on? Oh wait, wait. Wait. I don't know where it is, but there is a trace PC guard flag somewhere, or at least there was. Maybe this was removed in Zig 017, but now that I think about it, PC was a thing. Hmm. There was a setting for this. I forgot, how do you search git log search, right? Yeah. This is 2025. The last mention is in 2026. Tank of guards. I guess I can search for that. Although, I mean, maybe somebody removed something, but there was a flag that I remember adding with Andrew. I watched Andrew add that flag. I just don't remember where it went. So it doesn't seem that anybody has touched Sank of Guards in a long time. That's for sure. So that should be fine. I think it's something like PC guard. There we go. That is a better term. Sanitize coverage, trace PC guard. So that is something that you set on the executable. Okay, give me a sec. So it's not here. No. So, oh, is it a flag that we need to pass to the invocation of AFLCC at this point? Extra CC args. Where's extra CC args? Oh, it's passed in. Oh, okay. So here's what might be happening. Maybe they are passing this down, but this still does not make all that much sense to me. Isn't it something that you have to do before getting here? Oh, look at this. Object dot sanitize coverage. Oh, it's not root module. It's on at the object level. Wait. There we go. Maybe this is the missing link. So if we do this, then maybe those can stay extern and the build succeeds. That is the missing piece. Or not. Or never mind. Fuck. You were boosting Vancouver so freaking love in on this on this Twitch stream. Yeah, maybe. What can I say? I'm a shield. Stream is ending soon. Maybe an hour from now, more or less, or two. Is this something that you need to pass to both set here and also pass to AFL? I'm not sure. I mean, we can pass it in and see what happens, I guess. Yeah, no argument. Did you mean X Clang? I don't know, man. You tell me. Fine. Uh, sure. I definitely totally meant that. Why not? I bet you it's still gonna come out on the other hand complaining about stuff just like it was before. Yeah. So no, this does nothing. We do this correctly. I think that with this setting, we should be able to do a verbose invocation, which will show that that we are calling build object with that flag set. Build object. What are we build? Wait. What are we building here? Oh, that's the language tag parser stuff. Okay, that's fine. There we go. Build object, no stack check, F fuzz, release safe, dependency, super HTML, blah, blah, blah. Dependency scripty, tracy, whatever. Sure. F sanitize coverage, trace PC guard. But then we don't have these symbols. So we don't put them there because I guess we're expecting LLVM to put them there. Like even though this is a build object invocation, this in turn is invoking LLVM, I guess, with this flag. Then why do we not get that? Does anybody know how you can look into a BC file? Is there like an object dump for BC? I would like to know if BC contains those symbols or not. I guess the answer is no, but hmm. I think that in theory, mm, I think in theory this can be an object, a normal object file, maybe. But it still has the same problem. But you know what? At least we have an object file, so we can do object dump on it. I don't remember how you use object dump. Oh no, wait. Oh, VM this. Oh, what's it called? It's not that. It's if you want to see, is it NM? Hmm. Wow. I don't know. I wonder how the. I wonder really how the rock people got this to work, because somehow they got this to work. I would assume because um, otherwise they would not be trying to upstream this. But so weird. I guess I can try to go figure this out in the rock code base. Do they still depend on AFL kit? They might not. Oh, they do. They depend on AFL kit. A fork from Brennan. Does he have anything funky going on in his fork? There you go. So he has the code, but I guess he kind of forgot to upstream this stuff. Well, let's merge his code. I guess. Do you have any more commits that could be juicy? No. Okay, I think. Oh, this is also new stuff. 5 days ago. Wait, this is new stuff. Oh no. So they. Okay. So undo this. Change. This is fine. AFL.c. Then. Then he deleted this part. We have the guard init function. Oh, he moves this stuff under Apple. Okay. Wait. Oh, oh wait. This was moved outside. Okay. This diff is garble. Use get section data. So in main, we do this. Else we do the other call. Copy. Suspicious usage of size of. Shut up. Okay, let's see how this goes. I don't think we even need verbose. This succeeded with the external symbols. Okay, so this did it, which means that we can call AFL fuzz. There we go. And these are not 0 anymore. That is awesome. Okay, this is cool. Yeah, and it's finding a lot more crashes. Okay, so this is AFL, I guess, in working condition, also Mac. Now I need to find a I need to reimplement a viewer for those crashes because these are all in I think I knew how to do this in Bash. What does the history say here? No. Oh, this is it. Except that you call these in cases or not. Out. Yes. Was this the command I really wanted? I think maybe yes. Or not. Maybe you didn't do this in Crush. Did you do this in Q? Can you explain a little bit what AFL does, or at least why you integrate here and why it is important? AFL is a fuzzer that supports coverage guided fuzzing. So it is complicated to set up because you need to compile an executable with extra machinery in it that knows how to interface, that is a bridge between the compiler and the fuzzer. And essentially, this instrumentation is extra code that essentially adds tracking of what happens when you're branching. So every if statement becomes an if statement plus setting a tiny little bit of state in a special place in memory where the fuzzer can give some input and observe that a given if statement went false. And then the fuzzer tries another type of input and it can observe that that if now became true. And so that gives the fuzzer information about if it's discovering new states of your program. That's what coverage guided means. The fuzzer can observe what happens with your branching at a high level. So that allows the fuzzer to try and modify the input in order to search for interesting cases that put your program into a new state that was never seen before. That makes the fuzzer find crashes much more easily, but it requires messing around with a bunch of stuff. The reason for this is because it's C and C++ stuff, so the whole toolchain aspect is a mess, like it always is with C++. We have a work in progress fuzzer in Zig itself, so in that case it would be trivial to set it up. You wouldn't even need AFL, but it's not full-fledged yet. It's a work in progress incomplete thing. So today our fuzzer is not able to find crashes as easily as AFL is. So because I want to fuzz my stuff today and I don't want to wait until our own fuzzer becomes good enough to be comparable with AFL, I went to my old project that would interface with AFL and try to make it work, and then discovered a bunch of things in the meantime. And there's other, like, even though I was not using this project of mine much anymore, I still had other people using it. The rock people are using it, so I just stole a commit from Brandon. And now I'm able to make it work on my computer as well. So yeah. Coverage guided fuzzing is fucking amazing because if it finds stuff in your program very fast. Again, you have to go through the pain of setting it up. And if you're using a higher level programming language, you have your own versions of this stuff, so you can do fuzzing in higher level programming languages. I guess on one end it can be easier. On the other hand, it is weirder though, because fuzzing really is super heavily reliant on the ability to iterate very fast, to run a lot of times in the blink of an eye, because it's not entirely like a shotgun process, because it does have code coverage information to guide it, but it's not a thing where it's doing some sophisticated reasoning about the input. It is only aware of when it gets into a new state of your program or not. That's the gist of it. So if you're using a high level programming language and you're running at, I don't know, 60 iterations per second, that is really slow. And your fuzzing, your ability to really do a good job with fuzzing will be severely limited by that. While here, like this thing, testing my fuzzer, this is doing what? 4,000 iterations per second, which, by the way, this is also really slow. Like this can be a much higher number. macOS is not the perfect machine for the perfect OS for fuzzing, to be fair. In any case, I think also the fact that it's finding a bajillion crashes doesn't help with speed. Yeah, there we go. Like once it's switching to something else, now it's 18,000. That's good. 18,000 iterations per second. That's good. Anyway, so this is the idea. So we need something to learn what our crashes are there. So we need, actually, wait a second. We're not doing the AST generator base fuzzing, and we were looking at crashes. Those actually contain proper inputs. Never mind. So I'm gonna leave this here. I'm gonna leave this here. There we go. Let's open one. This crashes it? Okay, there's a possibility that the crashes that we are experiencing are because I'm doing something wrong with the AFL integration. So, I don't know. Let's try, I guess. So let's make a program where you can feed this to it and it works. Where is this stuff? No. We go here. We go into afl.zig. We move this main function outside. We need to update it. Actually, we can do it this way. So if argument length is equal 1, otherwise if len is equals 2, else. Okay, if it's like this, I want to do the input stuff because I want to be able to pipe into the process without uh, having to worry about it. So that means that we um, am I making this up? Um, am I making all this stuff up? Oh, is it dot file? Yeah. Reader streaming. Once a buffer. Uh, empty buffer. That's fine. Read unlock. Read all. Unlock or something. Read back all. Read slice all. Read slice and then unlock. Unlock remaining. Yeah, we want unlock remaining. Need the GPA limit unlimited, whatever the input is. We need to try. There we go. Now we go into build script. And when you do fast, we also install this executable. Let's call it fast repro, I guess. I think it's name, right? Now that I think about it, it's the same exact module. Oh, except that I don't want this. I don't want this. I don't want this. Never mind. It cannot be the same exact module. It just happens to be the same minus these settings here. Hey, Straticat, thank you for the Prime sub, man. Thank you very much. So repro and then pass will depend on install. I think this can be an install artifact. Nor else. Actually, I think there is no other argument. Is this a thing install artifact? It is. It just wants the artifact. Yeah. And then options. Can leave them as default, I think. Thanks for being awesome. No problem, man. Okay, so with this, when we do Zig build fast, we get a completion error. Why? Expected two arguments found one. Oh yeah, it needs IO. Okay, that's a good error to get. What's the next problem? Oh, the printout. Yes. Um, I don't think it has write all. Oh, it does have write all. It's write streaming all. Okay. There you go. And we're missing the dependencies. That is fair because this part is the same. Okay, and we have also fuzz repro. What? Duplicate symbol? Duplicate symbol main. Oh, crap. Yeah, that makes sense. So if we put this main here, let me think about it for a second. How do we solve this? This is such a stupid problem to have. It's because I'm trying to squeeze these things into the same file. If I wasn't trying to do this, I wouldn't even have any problem. Mm, for now, let's just do this. Hey, Ziggin is not marked up. Me. Okay. Okay, so now I should be able to do this. I should be able to do cat pipe bin fuzz repro. Or what am I doing cat? I don't, that's echo. And I see memory leaks. Fine. Um, wait, what is my program supposed to do? What is AFL repro supposed to do? Grabs the input, calls AST-gen build, and then oh wait. This is okay. This is turning input that has gone through the AST generator into output. Fuck, that is not the. This is not the thing that we wanted. We wanted the main function that actually runs a given input through the fuzzer. Um, I guess that's what Super HTML does by itself, though. I think I'm being dumb because you can do this, right? Yeah, that works. So in theory, I should be able to do cat Casey out crashes. Yeah, whatever the first file. Hmm. These file names really suck, but also this does not seem to be doing us any good. None of these crashes is actually crashing our thing. So, oops. So we need something better, I think. Yeah, these are not crashing our thing. What is causing the fuzzing executable to crash? Uh, I'm getting much slower speeds in the hundreds after switching from debug to release safe. Must be something with my system. No, if you are experiencing that, you should not be experiencing that. Release safe should really be better. Unless you have some compile time check that, you know, turns on stuff that you don't do in debug that you only do in release, you should not be experiencing a slowdown. What I'm thinking is that maybe something relative to the instrumentation is going wrong. And maybe you're going slower because the instrumentation is not working as it should. And maybe the fuzzer is, let's just say, misbehaving in some way. Oh, wait. So you're saying that it is faster than your debug, but in any case, you're not doing much more than hundreds of iterations per second. So you were going like, I don't know, like 50 iterations per second in debug and then now 100 in release safe, so to speak. Okay, that makes sense. Obviously, the iteration speed depends also on. It depends also on how complicated is your program. I'm testing a parser that is not, you know, it's just doing a bunch of math on memory. So if you're doing something more beefy, obviously you will have fewer iterations. I don't know though. It really depends on how complicated is your program. So yeah, what is going on here? We're crashing, but we're not crashing good. We're crashing bad. How do we debug this? How do we debug this? I don't remember if you can invoke fuzz directly, because there are some macros where they do allow you, but I don't remember if we support those at all. No, this fuzz here stays stuck because it's waiting for the fuzzer to do something. Okay, so we're in a bit of a pickle here. Let's see what it says here. Let's see if there's anything interesting for us. Try parallel jobs. Yeah, well. You specified dash F or at? No. On the command line? No. But the target harness specified fuzz cases via shared memory switching to shared memory. Okay. I don't know. Definitely dry run with instability detected during calibration. Instrumentation output varies across runs. And we keep crashing. Okay, so here's what I'm thinking. Could it be that we have some allocator stuff that crashes? Like we have these, right? Maybe it's this assert that explodes. technically, what we could do from the other one is call into this function. Yeah, so, okay. Uh, we could make a program that has a main that just straight up calls into Zigfast test. Yeah, we could do that. But I bet you that it's not this. I bet you that this is gonna do the trick. Or not. Never mind. It keeps finding crashes regardless. Although, wait, did he? I'm dumb. I need to rebuild everything. Until I rebuild everything, I will still be running the old executable. Whoops. Hmm. Yep. Never mind. Keeps finding crashes. That is weird. Okay, let's do it this way then. Let us AFL repro. So this is a different thing. Let's comment this out for a moment. Let's not do any of this. Actually, we do this, but then we do this. And at this point, we want AFL. Hmm. What's it called? Zigfast test. Okay, whoops. Oh. Mm-hmm. Hmm. Cat no such file directory. All right. Let's start again from scratch with the fuzzing. Yeah, found stuff right away. Okay, here's the panic. Here's the crash. The crash is a mismatch. M different than L. Okay, let's look at then the coding here. So if there are no errors, we're doing equal ignore white space, and equal ignore white space is the one that panics and prints mismatch. Okay. Interesting. I wish we could see A and B, like all of A and all of B as we do this. So what is this test doing? This test is saying, well, okay, we parse this HTML text, then we try to render it, and we want to make sure that the text was that we didn't miss any non-white character. So we ignore white space, but then we look at non-white space tokens and they all have to be there. And it seems that here we're observing that some characters have disappeared somehow. And that's what's triggering this error. And I mean, if that is the case, M is different than L. That's bad. Before, okay, let's make this better. So let's do it like this. std debug.print a let's print stuff so that we know what's going on. At first sight, it seems that we have a bug in the equal function. So, how do we do this? What the heck is going on? M is different than L. M is different than L. What am I doing wrong? We're doing is white space? Probably yes. Looking at the fact that here there's stuff, there's a new line at the very least. We're increasing I. We're looping again. Is it white space? No. What we're doing is white space. How is this tripping? M is different than L. Column 1, column 2. And that checks out, kinda. M is different than L, but how did we do get in that situation? I just do not get it. How are we tripping this? I feel like I'm going insane because I don't see how this can happen. We can add a bunch of debug printing, or we could just step into the debugger. But observing it, it seems weird that this thing uh is freaking out. Like that A and B really got this much out of sync. Actually, you know what? Never mind. The values of I and J seem weird because I and J have both have value 1. Right. So 1 makes sense here. Oh, and 1 here is M. Oh, you know what's going on here? This code is straight up wrong. I think I copied code that had a bug in it when I copied this, and I must have fixed it afterwards. But yeah, you know what is missing here? The fact that when they match, when A and B match here, we now need to continue from the outer loop. We don't continue with the inner loop. That is the problem. Either I, for some reason, deleted this by mistake, or something really dumb was going on with the code that I originally copied. Am I dumb? Am I dumping it again? So 1-0 matches. We increase this. Oh, we need to increase J also on success. This code is crappy. This code is really crappy. Holy shit. By the way, there's a lot of Zig on Hacker News, it seems. Why are you giving me Google News, man? Zig by example, 80 comments. Zig start of a raise, 29 comments. Okay. Oh. Reach unreachable code in thread status fetch XOR. That's a new one. How? People recovering from AI brain rot like me. What is going on here? Reach unreachable code. Fetch XOR. Abort. What is going on? What are we even fetch XORing? Also, there's kind of a jump between this call and this fetch XOR. What's happening in between? Does this also show up in the fuzzer runs? I guess it must, because these crashing seems caused by something else. Yeah, so now we're triggering this. I think we're stressing some kind of bug in Zig. Really? Just a bunch of peas? What the heck? It's initial space that kills it. I think the debug info is wrong. Sorry, one sec. This is so weird. Okay, I'm back. What the heck is going on here? So, we're crushing here. But we're not crushing here? How? Why is this crashing? Sig abort. Reach unreachable code. Oh, you know what? Could this have something to do? No, I was about to say, could this have something to do with AFL proper, but it does not. How the hell are we causing that to happen? Also, this line seems suspicious. Although, there is a bunch of unreachables in here. But also, there's nothing that should be calling this. I don't get it. I'm also thinking that maybe in build.zig it would make sense to call this stuff to make sure that this stuff is single threaded. There is no reason not to. Rechargeable code, now it's in a different line. Lock STDR. Hmm. Hmm, hmm, hmm. Hmm, 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 hmm. Also, here we're getting a crash. Here we're getting a safe allocator leak complaint. Okay, I think I understand what's going on. I think we're causing the allocator to leak, which triggers the assert, but we're getting debug info that is completely horribly wrong. I think this is the assert that's triggering, because otherwise we would not be seeing, I think, um, the complaint about leaking memory. So what is it that we are leaking? That's bad. This guy should not be leaking memory. This is the initted. This is the initted. This is the initted. Oh, you know what though? I do have a bunch of catch unreachables, but those would still be panics. Okay, so here's what we can do. We can go and build and make this debug. Let's see what happens now. There we go. Oh, okay. It's the goddamn. I actually knew this and I forgot. How do you free these arguments? An arena style allocator must be used. There we go. There we go. Okay, this solved the mystery. Also, debug info in release save. Horrible. But that seems to have done the trick. There we go. Now it's or not. Oh, we failed this assert? That is bad. That is bad. How did we fail this assert? New lines? We don't really know though. Hmm. New lines. Round 2 is adding a bunch of new lines. Why are we adding a bunch of new lines? I think there was a change that was made at some point in the render function. I think the change was made to add printing a new line at the end of everything. We do print a new line if we are exiting a route, and that's the end of it. I guess we end up in something like this more than we think we should. Rendering enter text. Maybe white space. Adding a new line. Also, why is this being... Oh, this is the second run, I guess. This is the first run. This is the second run. Okay, so we essentially what we are missing is in some of the code that adds new lines is not stable. By the way, this is good stuff because our fuzzing is discovering instability in the formatter. So these are all good things that we were losing on, that we were missing on by having ripped out the fuzzer and not having it run in a while. I guess I could have normal tests that test this stuff, but it's just so good to have these wired to the fuzzer. It's just so much more useful. Okay, so this is fair. This is fair. This is not exercising the JavaScript tokenizer stuff, but this is fair in nevertheless. This is fair nevertheless. By the way, we could have the fuzzer test the JavaScript stuff. So while all of this is absolutely fair, in our AFL here, what we could do, well, we have the fuzzer input, yes, but we could append to it script and then and put a end script tag. That would work. I'm annoyed though that that this stuff regressed. Yeah, what's a good way of doing this? Ah, it's a mem copy, right? Okay, so this has a one weakness because the fuzzer could be putting in the close script tag and escape the script jail. But I wouldn't worry too much about it. What's happening here? Alloc print. Oh, yeah, right. Needs GPA. What? What is still there? Except about oh, right. Hmm. Okay. Oh no! Wait a second. There's a missing P. No man, not it. This is not okay. Oh no. This is bad. Is it? Oh, so without the space, everything is fine. It's the fucking space that makes it go insane. That is so funny. Um, that is bad. Let's move out and let's fuzz in the meantime a little bit. Let's see what happens. Why is it crashing so much? I guess it's because it's finding I guess it's finding cases where I think it's finding cases where the formatter behaves in the wrong way. Yeah. Also, this is round one. This seems the original. Are we sure that this has gone through one round of fuzzing? And holy shit, this just gone the second time around. That is bad. That is bad. Uh okay, so we definitely have one regression going on that we need to fix in the formatting code. A pretty serious one, so we're not releasing anything. Um I wonder what happens if we omit this. I've been compiling a zone crash corpus and running it each time I test. Nice. Yeah, so Super HTML needs more fuzzing before we can release something functioning. I love fuzzing, man. It is just so good. Yeah, okay, so the rendering code has issues, but as you can see, once we comment them out, we are not experiencing crashes. So this makes me, I'm gonna keep it running for a while, but this is giving me hope that the JavaScript code is not horribly broken. So that's good. And it's not a bad idea to test things like to start with this testing for a while. Make sure that you don't have any trivially findable crashes, and then expand the test to also formatting code. By the way, the fact that the formatting code was eating a character that is really bad. You do not want that in your software. So that needs to be fixed. But it's good to gain some confidence also in the in the more pure token part of it. Although I think that this guy, I need to make sure that this guy cannot escape the sandbox. So I think this we need to do this. Like if we do it this way, then it needs to be done this way. Something like actually we can do it this way. If we have index of, yeah, we do have index of. Do we have index of? I guess it's index of any scalar and sequence. Oh, it's normal index of, I guess, the one that accepts a string needle. Okay. Just avoid progressing if the input contains a closing script tag. Yeah. So I think that I'm essentially gonna stop here. I'm gonna have the fuzzer run a while with this stuff going on, and then well, I'm gonna close the stream and I'm gonna leave it there for a while. Maybe tonight I'm gonna try to fix my rendering code. We'll see. But this is it. Also, I've been told that Zigtoberfest has a new website. Holy shit! Here's the new Zigtoberfest website. What the heck? One of the prominent European conferences for the Zig programming language. Is this a word? I think it's prominent, right? Oh no, it is a thing. Something or someone that is superior, outstanding, or more important and powerful than all others in the same category. Okay. What you can expect in 2026. Zitoberfest is a mini conference dedicated to the Z programming language. The ideal place to connect and learn with other hobbyists as well as professionals in the Zig community. We come together to share our knowledge and passion for computers and programming. There we go. Connect with people from the Zig community. Charming little theater in the heart of Munich as event location. For the fashion inclined, an optional Zigtoberfest t-shirt. I want a t-shirt at zigtoberfest.de stating your ticket number and size. Price per shirt, 20 euros. Nice. Rene, Quantum Developer, Mario, Payman Mortazavi, Melanie Vogel. Wait, did she draw a Ziggy? Wait a second. That's a new Ziggy drawing as far as I can tell. Nikolai Ubavich, mathematician and technical lead. Cool. Approaching Zig with a garbage collection mindset. Nice. Nice. So the Zigtoberfest website is up. Cool. Well, everybody, uh, let's get the fuzzer running. And I think this is it for me. And I'll see you all in a bit, maybe tomorrow. So I don't know. Hope everybody had a good time, and I'll see you soon. Bye, bye, bye.